you know, it might not pick up, but yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Can I move this whole thing? No. Oh yeah. I can't. Let me think here. I want to configure the video a little bit. Where are you? Zoom. Okay. I always got in trouble in class. Too much personality. There we go. Roll. No. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, it's not great quality, but it's a really cheap camera. Like, I think I literally bought this camera. Actually, no. No, this I bought for streaming, I think. Yeah, I did. I remember buying another one a few years back. I literally bought it for an interview because they were like, you must have a webcam. Okay. So I was like, okay, I got to buy one. And I don't know when it's going to get here because it's shipping from like China. And this is like during COVID. So it took like 3 weeks. And then finally I was like, hey, I actually have a webcam. I can do the interview. I show up and there's like 2 or 3 other people interviewing me. None of them have their webcams on. Oh. Disrespect. I mean, the nerve of literally telling someone else they need to show their face and you're not going to bother doing it. Like, oh. That was a crappy interview for a lot of reasons. Really. Anyway. Well, what am I doing today? I'm going to work on making... I want to make a plugin for 3D elements. 3D UI elements. I did this recently with a game I put out called Gomimoni. Oh, big news. Gomimoni is released. So why don't we actually show that off, yeah? Let's see here. This is my itch.io page. I recommend getting one if you're getting into game dev, because doing it like the Steam way is like banking info, like a lot of stuff. Some of it listed publicly. This is like anyone can make it. You can put it on sale. I don't know. It's much easier. You can just make a page with Steam. There are many steps to like getting verified, but even after you get your account verified, every project you put out has to be like also verified and approved. It's a much longer process. So, you know, on the one hand, I don't want to say everything's going to be good, because I know still stuff gets through, but like, you're probably better off with Steam in terms of like, if I download this game and buy it, it'll probably be good. Or if you do business on Steam, stuff like that. But like here, it's just, there's a lower bar of entry. I'm going to run this. This is the final version of this game. And, all right, first things first, let's turn off the music. Well, here's an example of some 3D UI elements. So this is, it was a pain to get the little knob to work correctly. So technically it's only working when I click this mesh, and where my mouse clicks, it just sets a value And it literally just says like, hey, if you have a color that's on this side of the value, like you set basically a background and a foreground color. And then all these are buttons. These are all in 3D space. And they're just like quad meshes. There's nothing really complicated about it. But I've got them to animate and stuff, and you can click on them and they do stuff as well. It's kind of hard to see because the camera moves whenever they do that. But yeah, so I've got it to work with mouse. It'll work with controller as well. And I really like this, and I picture using this kind of thing in like future games. But I figured I should make like a custom library. Because if I'm going to reuse elements, I should make like a plugin so I can just implement some of this stuff easier into other games. And if I'm going to make something to implement, I might as well just make it like publicly accessible to everybody. I'm having trouble figuring out how to start though, because I have a good idea on what I want structurally, but this is like getting the editor stuff to work. So let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally, I've never done this before. I think I followed maybe one little tutorial. But yeah, so first thing we want to do, I'm just going to try to work on some of the more fundamental types, because I really don't know where to put some of this stuff. All right, the first thing I know I need to have is I'm going to call it UI element 3D. And we should make a folder for this. Except the folder naming convention is, I want to try to follow the naming conventions properly. I don't normally, because sometimes some of it I don't like, and I find it confusing. But again, if I'm making this publicly usable, I figure I should probably follow the standard convention used, because I don't want someone who's new to Godot to look through this and be very confused. And, they're like, oh, well, isn't this normally used like this? And this is used like this. And it's like, okay. We will, oh, wait a minute. It's here. Yo, I didn't know we had a wait async in Godot. I mean, like, for heaven's sakes, I've been using this thing for like 2 or 3 years. I guess I've never used it. But I should. Let's see, file names. There's nothing on folder names, but I feel like I should use snake case. It seems to be the convention. All right, UI element 3D. And I wrote some notes down. Let me think here. Oh, no, not you. Oh, no, not you. I have a folder where I have all my ideas. Honestly, if you like me and you forget everything, but you come up with new ideas constantly, I'll show you. Literally just like, I have a license? Why? Whatever. Like a shitload of things. And mind you, some of them, like, I don't know. Like this one was cute. I don't think I did anything with this, and there's all kinds of stuff. Some of these are like, this would make a great game, but like, I don't know. I just write ideas down one way or another. But I think most of these I won't get done. Nevertheless, I think that's also okay, because like dungeon cleanup, I'm pretty sure there's already a game like that. Where's the other one? Dangers and Dramas. Oh yeah, it was like D&D, but it's It's like D&D, but it's a soap opera. Because I feel like a soap opera fits well into that universe. Love Machine. I think this was like some kind of... It's like a pixel game about, I don't know, giving people dopamine hits, but they're all basically trapped in the Matrix, kind of dystopian world. But I think the idea I had is already kind of, again, it's like made into a game. And I don't want to say that like you shouldn't make a game if someone else has made it, because the chances are everybody's made it, you know, like somebody's done it somewhere at some point. But I don't know. It's more like I'm trying to think about things that I would find fun making, but also playing. Because sometimes I come up with a game, but then I'm like, would I enjoy doing this? The answer is no. Then I'm like, I'm going to hate working on this project then, because, you know, because it's already hard work, but then it's like, you're just suffering. So, anyway, it's like a little dimly lit. Well, it's very overcast today, so what am I doing? Oh, yeah. All right, so there's an editor, but then we have like custom types, a custom node. Yes, and I'm going to create element 3D. So this one's kind of tough because for my previous use, everything was basically an extension of, like, it needed a mesh instance. And I'm wondering, do I need to also do that? Like, what do I call this? Oh, UI element 3D. Oh, shoot. You know what I was supposed to do? Yeah, you know what? I wrote notes on this, and now I need to take all these notes. So first things first, before we get any work done, let's make sure we have our planning. Yeah, I'll just create a file here. I'm going to take a text file. I'm going to call it readme. Readme. There we go. Well, that's spaced out, isn't it? Anyway, here's a few things I plan. So for starters, we're going to have interactability. And we basically have we have behaviors. I'll start with states. State has to do with like the interaction, basically. So you have idle, you will have focus and select states. And then within that, of course, idle is just idle. I guess I could say while idle. Probably help. Just because it kind of follows the pattern. Enter focus, of course, is the moment something gets focus. Exit focus is the moment it loses focus. Same as select, the moment you select it, and then like after that. But they both also have a while select and while focus because, you know, I mean, while focus I think is easier to understand. Like if you hover your mouse over something, it's, you know, it's in focus. It's in a state of being focused on. So maybe you want some kind of animation or something to play while that's happening, some kind of behavior to occur. And then while select, I thought, well, what if someone wants to have like multiple options selected? Like if you have like I don't know, like let's say you're setting up a game, in like a lobby, and you'll have like some options slide in of like the game type. Okay. And then you have some more options of like how many players. And then here's another set of options for like, I don't know, like the location of the game, right? And so like each of these is in a state of selected while like a new set of options, is being reviewed. But maybe you want to play some kind of, again, animation, because it's like you're no longer focused on these elements, but you want to make sure that like it's visible to a user that these are the selected elements. That's like very common when you're going to be selecting like multiple things. They have like multiple sets of options, and you want the user to see all of them. I think it's good to keep that in mind. So anyway, these are all like the states at which, an element can be interacted with. Actually, that's probably good. There's 7 types of state, which an element can be interacted with. Yeah. And then you'll have behaviors. So mask behavior is like, oh, hey, what's up, Vivax Dev? I'm creating a UI library for Godot, but like 3D stuff. So let me think here. I was like, oh yeah, mask behavior is like, if you want like something to like flash with like a white or something, like some kind of like layer. Because the idea is like you'll have a mesh and you can put like a texture on it. You're making a front end framework? Oh, damn. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's useful. It kind of stuff's useful, but oh boy, it gets messy. I'm trying to make something really simple though. Like, I'm making something that is basically as useful as I'm going to use it. Because I feel like that's, it's like, okay, if I know what I'm looking for, I don't know, I'll be able to create something for that, but also something that, I'm like, if I'm going to make a plugin, I might as well make it a little more publicly accessible. Hell, if not for anyone else, even for myself, because you're going to write something and then a year later you're like, what the hell does any of this mean? So, yeah, I get you. Try to plan well, but also try not to over design. I feel like I've gotten into that problem with UI, like front end stuff, where it's just like, oh, I've got this great idea, and then it just turns to crap, or it just becomes like too much. Yeah, too much crap is going on, and then none of it's useful. But anyway, you have mask behavior, which can, you have like some kind of mask layer that can cause like a visual effect. You're doing some unique stuff, which is definitely in the camp of you shouldn't really do that. I hear you. If it works for you, then it works, and if anything, if it works well, then it's something that like it's very unique. Like, what is what's the game called? It's like a Riddick game. Riddick game UI. I have no idea how else to look this up. Yeah. This. Yeah. Yeah, I know. All right. So this is like really cool, I think. And it's certainly unique. I don't know if it might be a real pain in the butt, but like this is one of those things where I'm like, this is like very different, and it feels like will leave a really great impression. So sometimes doing stuff, like the unconventional way is like, I don't know. If it works, it works. But so anyway, yeah, mask behavior. Transform is just like, I don't know, you hover over a button, and like with 2D, you might make it like bigger or something. With this, like you can resize it, or you can move it forward or something, or to the side. And then custom behaviors. I want to be able to like let people. I'm doing this heavily abusing a language feature. Good. Somebody's got to do it. If it's useful enough, it also might be that thing where like Sometimes really weird things are extremely useful because they, I don't know, kind of go way off the beaten path, so to speak. How much I know about Rust? Yeah, I know a bit. I've worked with Rust for about a year now or so. Usually making stuff with Bevy actually. So I haven't done Godot with Rust, funny enough, but if I make this library, I'm going to start with GD script, and I'm like, I feel like I can try it with. I know I can do it with C sharp, because I'm way more confident with that. But maybe Rust too. I think it's worth a try. Let me think here. Oh yeah, and custom behavior. So obviously, if someone wants to have something special happen, and I don't even know what, but like I don't know. I think it'd be good to allow users to do something interesting for an interaction. But I think the main part about setting this up is that I want to actually have. I want to be able to have behaviors as something that you can save and reload. And also, well, that way you can like reuse them. But I think I also want to be able to like allow it so you can add all of these into like a custom set, like a behavior set. So it's like any kind of element that has this behavior set is going to do all of these behaviors for their given interaction. But having an array means that you can have like 4 types of custom behavior occur when you select an element, but like you don't have to worry about anything else if you don't care to. As opposed to just like you get one behavior per whatever. What am I doing is, sorry, you're emitting files from a procedural macros to communicate stuff to the bundler. Yeah, I know what that means. I don't know what that means. I mean I recognize all these words. There's the bundler, like I'm guessing that's not the compiler. That sounds like what it would be like a compiler, but tell me I'm wrong or right. Custom CLI tool that calls cargo. Oh, okay. I understand what that means. Let's think here. Okay. So now we actually start making the whatever. You know what the difference between class and class name is, actually? Because I've never thought about that. I didn't know there was a class. Like, it's weird that I'm finding this stuff out now, because I've worked with Godot for a while now. Okay. All right. Nope, I don't care. Too slow. Let's look in Reddit. Claims a class you extended from whatever class lets you define an inner class. TLDR, like using .source asset. Oh, okay. We'll make that macro read a file to disk, which the CLI tool later reads in order to let it to know it needs to copy that file to the disk holder. Okay. So is it like these are like going to be custom scripts that get called on to do like certain custom behaviors? I guess that's what a script is in general. Wait. That's a lot of class references. Here. That's fewer. Okay. A file that contains the inner classes are defined using the class keyword their instance using class name new. So then this must be just its own thing. Script is globally accessible class with a specified name. Okay. Looks like class name does inheritance. So we'll go with that one. UI element 3D. And what are we extending? Yeah, this is the tough one. I don't know, because I could just give a node, but I don't want to add layers upon layers of things. I think it'd be quicker to do a mesh. Yeah. Okay. Let's think here. Yes. So we'll have all these states. In fact, I just I wonder if I should I don't want to call it just state. Enter interaction. All right. Now let's do a little magic here. Yay. All right. Maybe interaction state. And am I following the right naming convention? Enum names, Pascal. I don't like Pascal case for the enum name. But again, I am trying to follow their naming convention because I don't want to do whatever. My own thing. Oh, I didn't read your other notes. Custom CLI tool and does the rest needed for stuff for Wasm. I think I hear it. Yeah. That does sound useful. All right. Oh, good luck with that, by the way. Because I've been there, you know. Hell, I'm there right now. All right, so we have a set of interaction states. I don't know if I want to put all this behavior in this custom node. I'll tell you what we do need. And I guess I guess I'd put it in here. Is what would I call this? UI behavior. I hope I spell behavior right. We're not going to extend anything. We're going to make a UI behavior, which will store a lot of values. Actually, I don't know what the hell this thing's going to store. We're off to a good start. Well, what we do need is some kind of function, probably called run. And I'm wondering if we need some kind of state to return, or some kind of, like, I don't know, error code. Like, should we return bool to show if it's successful or not. Or should we just have it void? If you don't know, don't go. We'll just say it's something that runs. And then we'll need a function called is running, and that will return a bool. Here we go. We'll store oh no, no, no. I hate the naming convention. All right. I feel like the behavior should have a signal. You should have a signal for when it stops that it throws out. Whoop, signal stopped. And that's it. Nothing's passed in. I wonder okay. On how would I say this? On stop, on end, on finished. That's just when it's done. So when it is finished, we're gonna emit the signal. We'll call it finished, actually. Because stopped, it could be like this behavior was frozen. Finished means it came to a point of completion. What do you want? What are you mad? Return a value. Oh. All right. Yeah, I'm like, we could run and then immediately call on finished. I know that seems kind of funny, but like with this, it's kind of nicely wrapped up of like we have some base behavior that's going to do something. And we should probably call super run at the end of it, which means we'll at least run this. And if there's other like things to run within this base behavior script, we'll have it here. And part of me feels like it might be helpful to have like before run, during, like, and after run as like a base script. And then run would be something you're expected to override. Let's keep it simple for now. I know. It's so easy to be like, I feel like I'll need this because I've seen it a lot. And then you do it, and then it hurts, and you're crying, and it's awful. So, okay. Let me think here. We got this. I feel like I should just have a different folder for behaviors. Behaviors. Yeah. That's, yeah, I think this is a better place because I'm going to have to create another script called a UI behavior set. Behavior state. And a UI behavior state. I'm being summoned. Okay. Let me think here. A behavior state. Let's start simple. And by that, I mean, let's start by making... Let us make an editor plugin. Or what do you call it? Right. Hold on a minute. Doc. My doc. We have to make another one. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. Yeah. Ugh. What should I call this? Let's not have this. Instead, we're going to have another plugin. Oh. What are we going to call it? I need music that got a bit more synthwave. No. There we go. Okay. What's this plugin going to be called? UI. UI behavior state. Yes. And create another one. Plugin name UI behavior state. Because this is going to have a behavior you attach to it, as well as, which makes me wonder if I should actually inherit behaviors from resource so you can. Meh. Behavior state and then subfolder. I wonder if I need to put this like. Hold on a minute. GUI3D slash. No. All right. Description. Custom doc for behavior states. Arthur. Arthur. Me. Does the camera move on my desk? Yay! I'm sorry. That's just, I have a wobbly desk. That's not a good sign. It just wobbles. UI behavior state. Shouldn't I call this like doc. Oh. Because that's really what this will be. Oh, I can recreate it. It'll make a little INI file I can move around. So let's delete that, and we'll just put you right in here. And hopefully it won't freak out. Do I have to do anything special? Create all plugins and subplugins as normal plugins. Then move subplugins into the main plugin folder. Glowman will hide subplugins from the plugins list. User can't enable or disable them. Instead, the main plugin script should enable and disable the subplugins like this. I'll need to do this. Okay. Well, let's do this. All right. All right. Did you try the lasagna? All right. Did you catch the game last night? Sorry. Okay, plugin name. No. Let's say behavior. What do I do for const? I'm pretty sure that's all capital. Constant case. Behavior. Behavior. Yeah, behavior. I never got spelling. I still don't. It's all nonsense to me. Oh, UI. Let me think here. UI behavior state is the actual subfolder. So here, there we go. Node and panel. Why node and why panel? That's script styles. Do I need to do this too? God, I hate doing stuff like this because it's like create a custom doc script. Yes. Save the scene as my doc. Just like the doc. Don't forget to remove the doc. So is this the script? So this is the scene. I'm trying to make sure I get everything right here. We're going to be plugin. Oh, that's the config file. Get very mad about that. What? Add-ons. Oh gosh, can I just tell you where it is? Whoa. No, I'm not ready. I'm not even ready yet. Oh, I see you didn't bring over the white space, which is entirely necessary to do. Yep. All right. Now to make an actual scene. I don't like making it this way. how is this gonna work? Mm, ah. For an editor doc, the root node must be a control. Okay. You can create a single button. Yeah. All right. Well, there it is. Let's see here. UI behavior state doc. And oh, right here, we'll save that actually. And behaviorist 8. There you go. All right. Now we can actually reference this, and you won't be throwing errors at me. Yay. Right. And what are you actually going to look like? Yeah. No. Anchor. The whole thing. Where is the anchor really going to be? We'll just say the whole thing for now. Where does the button go? No, it won't be a button. It'll be a drop down. It'll be a drop down of states. Is there a node for that? Checkbox, menu button, option button. This button that brings up a pop-up menu when clicked. Option button, a button that brings down a drop down with selectable options. There it is. Okay. And then you're gonna be anchored. Yeah, top left. Let's just give it a random size for now. Sure. Text behavior. Can I insert text? What do I give it the text? What do I call it? Selected, -1. Items. Oh, here we go. Okay. What were those states? While idle? No. Idle. Icon. I don't have one. Disabled separator. No. Let's just enter them in for now. Let's say enter focus. And while focus. Exit focus. I have a feeling I'll be able to do this dynamically, which feels maybe like it would be a better idea, but whoa. Oh. Exit focus. Enter select. And while select. Is it fun to watch the whole thing move up and down? I hope it's not nauseating. I really do. There we go. Okay, so we have while enter exit. All right, these are all the selection items. I don't know how you can. How do I name this one though? Button group. Oh. Wait. Is that it? Yeah, keep pressed outside. Button stays pressed while moving the cursor outside the button while pressing it. If true, the button stays pressed while moving the cursor outside the button while pressing it. No. Property only affects the button's visual appearance. Signals will be emitted at the same moment regardless of this property's value. Then why is... It feels like a lie. This property only affects the button's visual appearance. Signals will mirror... I'll just keep it all for now. Button mask. Okay, so what type of button do you click? If true, the button state is pressed. It means the button is pressed down or toggled. Only works if toggle mode is true. Sorry, what? If true, the button state is... Oh, would... determine when the button is clicked. Action mode. So button... Oh, press or release. Press. Toggle mode. Sometimes I feel like release is better for toggle. Beep. Icon behavior. Text behavior. Oh, I guess it's the text for that. Yeah, but like, how do I name this though? Input? Theme? No. Is this... Interaction state. We'll say, interaction state. I will say interaction selection. Selector. Sets the interaction state for the given behavior. Yeah. But like, what do I call it? Where do I get to put a name for this? I can't just have a drop down. What's selected? Oh. Yay. I did it. Okay. Next is somewhere to allow the do I need what I think I need? I don't know if I actually need this custom control. You know what? Let's just walk away from this thing for now. What is this element going to need? Let's get back to the basics here. We are going to need, let's call this the behavior set. And yes, we will put that in here. Will we? No, we won't. We'll put that in here. UI behavior set. And a behavior set will extend resource. And let's see here. Within our behavior set, we're going to have the behavior state. I wonder if I should keep this enum in a different place. Let's do that. I don't want any kind of get into this weird problem where interaction state is what it's called. Oh gosh, everything's terribly messy. So it's not a behavior state, it's an interaction state. I don't think I have to name this, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can just have enums, which would be good because I don't want to have where does it talk about enums? Funk. Yes. Oh gosh. All right, fine. Enum, where are you? Yeah. So I don't think we're gonna name them because I don't think we have to name them. Because hopefully I can just call on this and then immediately use these. Yes. Where are you? Behavior set. Interaction state is UI. Enter. What are you doing? Okay. I think I know what's happening here. Does it need to be a resource? I know. No. I don't want a resource. It can't be a resource. I'm surprised it can't be a class though. Can it really not? Here, let's just say button. No, it is only... Oh, shut up. String. Wow. UI interact. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right. All right. There's still much to discover what the difference is between a class name and a class. I don't even need to extend anything, actually. It can, I don't know, literally just have an enum here. Whatever. UI interaction state. And then we will have behavior. Which will be a UI. All right. You still send signals? I feel like bah. This might be a really bad way of putting it together, but oh gosh. UI, yes, the behavior set. And you are just going to be a UI behavior. Export type can only built in a resource node or enum. Okay. What are you? Oh, right. I'm gonna break my desk. I'm gonna break this desk. Okay, goodbye. No. UI behavior. Did I need to do that just now? Because it's flagging this one as a problem. Extends resource, which I hope will be fair. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's okay. What? You're right. It's right there. It is an enum. It's literally an enum. All right. Delete. Save this empty thing. Destroy it. Isildur. All right. Yeah, sure. Oh. All right, element 3D. Goodness gracious. All right, now we can actually make. Let's make a real scene. No, not that type. Mesh instance 3D. Again, I'm doing this because you'll most likely have what do you have? I don't know. UI element 3D load. Yes, good. All right. Now, if we look at this behavior set, hooray. So we can load and save sets. Yeah. Within the behavior set. UI behavior state. I got that a little mixed up. Class name. I don't want to extend anything. God, you know, like, just leave me alone. Export var behavior states. And it'll be an array of UI behavior state. You have a problem? Yeah, all right. It feels really redundant. I guess we'll extend from node. I don't like it, but you know, it's not an enum. It's not. I don't want to make another resource because it's like the behavior is a resource, and this is an enum. But like the whole thing, it's just something people need to add on. What? Oh my God. We're starting to run into problems here. My patience wears thin. Because if I'm going to have to do this, I'm like, why not just... I don't know. I'm trying to make it be as little work as possible. You know what? Let's not add this. In our element, let's just do this. Having a behavior set feels like too many layers. It feels too annoying. It feels like too much. A behavior state, okay. It's not great. I don't like it, but it does have what we need. And now that I think about it, I'm like, why not just keep it in the UI behavior? I want behaviors to be free of state. I want behaviors to be something you can use, and then the state is just when you use them. But I need to actually store that info, and in order to actually use that here, tell you what, let's just extend from node here, because this is a node. It'll inherit from node. All right. Okay. Nil. Well, yeah, I mean. Oh, there you go. All right, yeah, so we have an array of UI behavior state. And this feels like a lot easier to deal with. Having a custom doc is like kind of neato, but also sucks. Yeah, new one. Create a new one. Can you make a new one? It won't make a new one. Um, mm. Oh, I hate this. Oh, um, I'm gonna go with something here. I'm just gonna kind of see what I can do here. Behavior. All right, the doc script should actually go here. And then the actual UI behavior state doc should look like it does extend control. That's important to have. Let's see, var. What do I put in here? I don't know. Selected state. UI. Oh. All right, hold on a minute. This is gonna be an absolute nightmare for a little bit, just a minute. But like, I promise it'll be worth it. It has to be. Yes, good. All right, var. I'll just say interaction. Cheap. Wow, more cheap views. You know, you can get porn free these days. You don't have to keep advertising whatever nonsense. I'm just so sick of the spam, all right? You can get it free. Said that. All right. Yeah, we got a selector, and then item selected. That's what we care about. What do you mean there's no script? Yes, there is. Huzzah. All right, on item. Interaction state equals how do you project an index onto an enum? Can I just say index as this? I know this feels a little you know, you're not really supposed to do that. I don't care. Oops, no. All right, yeah. So we'll stretch it a bit. What else do I need? What kind of control do you make for like inserting a file? That's a relevant question. Godot. Add class. No. Creating an editor property. Yeah. All right, that's dynamic enum. Put the oh. Don't talk to me about resources. Oh, it's the same poster. I thought this was a response. I was like, jeez, don't talk to me about resources. Yeah, but like, this is supposed to be something to plug into the dock. And I don't know what to put here for like button. I don't know. Container. Tab? No. Sub viewport? No. Panel? No. Graph, flowcharts. I just want to hold one thing. Honestly, just one thing. And I just want it to be like, here is where like how this works. Or like this. I want to know what this is. This is a drop down. See, I have a drop down for selecting enum. I want a drop down that allows for behavior types. And it needs, it's not even a drop down. Like I don't just want, I don't just want a drop down. I want a place to put this type, a type. I mean, like, do I need this? Do I have to manually put this? Because even if I do... If I do it this way, this will only list custom types. I wonder if I can have a custom doc to hold resources. Ugh. Custom file type in editor. Custom data type. Custom editor. Resource inspector? Nope. Wait. Custom widgets. Yeah. This kind of crap. Yeah, whatever this is. Yeah, yeah. You can put it together, but like, what do I call it? Where is it? Turn on the inspector.uni my inspector plugin script must extend the editor inspector plugin class. Okay. This class provides several virtual methods. You know how I thought I was going to make everything easier for myself. Several virtual methods. Yippee. Maybe it should be like a node. Oh, I don't know. Fuck. That just seems like adding extra stuff to it. I feel like this would be extra work, but only on my end. And if it would make the user experience easier, I suppose that is the end goal. So, several virtual methods affect how the inspector handles properties to have any effect at all. The script must implement can handle method. This function is called for each edited object must return true with this plugin. Okay. This includes resources. Good. Implement 4 other methods to add controls to the inspector. The parse begin, parse end methods called once. Beginning and end of parsing. They can add controls to the top and bottom of the inspector by calling add custom control. Okay. As the editor phases the object calls parse category and parse property methods, there, in addition to add custom control, you can call both add property edited and add property editor for multiple properties. Use the last 2 methods specifically. Do they have an example? Okay. Oh, just everything in one fucking thing. All right. But this doesn't help me at all. Property control. Main control for editing the property is a button. Current value 0. Guard against internal changes when the property is updated. Add the control is a direct child of editor property node. That can interact with the inspector's docs edited objects. It doesn't display anything but can house any other control nodes. Init, find the method, control, and structure. You can implement the updated property to handle changes to the data from the outside. Emit changed. Get edited property. Whoa. Weird. Update property. It's a whole function. Read the current value from the property. New value, get edited object. Get edited property. If new value equals current value, return nothing. Update the control with the new value. Updating true. Current value is new value. Refresh control text. Updating false. Custom widget to default spin box. Replaces the default spin box for a button that generates. Okay. This does not have enough documentation. This is just sort of barely telling me that things exist. All right, so inspector plugin must be added and removed. Must extend. You know, loading a script, not a packed scene. Therefore, you need new instead of instantiate. Okay. Okay. Oh, God, what a mess. This is like... Oh. Random in editor GD. Okay, so you need an editor plugin to load the editor inspector plugin to load the editor property. Okay. Maybe this is a little too deep. Let's just destroy everything. Yes, goodbye. All right. You still have behavior state. It's a node. I don't like this, but for now, let's just have it to where we can like, yeah, you can add a behavior state. And look at that. I mean, this is the functionality we want. This is literally what we want. You can load, you can make a new one. Oh, yeah, it doesn't. Okay. Cool. Yeah, this is fine. No, don't. Oh. Fuck. No. Oh, wait. Where did this thing save? I said save, and it saved somewhere. Shh. Close. Goodbye. I don't care. Goodbye. I wish it would close those whenever you delete them. All right, so our behavior runs. And resource is fine. I think it's a good choice for this. Set plugin enabled. Yeah, but we're not gonna have that. Oh, goodbye. All right. Oops. All right. I'm getting a phone call. Okay. Yes. So we have. We got some behavior, and I'm gonna add in a few. I'm gonna add in a script to extend on this behavior. So I'm gonna call this. Oh, wait a minute. Transform behavior. I'll say UI behavior. And that's what it is, technically. All right, so transform UI behavior. And we're going to extend the UI behavior script. Okay. So we'll have a signal that runs. We're going to run. And when we finish running, we emit the signal. I wonder if onFinished is really fair. It's not really an actual signal. You know? Let's just say when finished. Yeah. All right. We got run, when finished. We're not going to mess with. And my reasoning behind that is if it's got a leading underscore, it's like this is internal. Don't mess with it. In fact, called at the end of the run method, internal do not override. Override to implement specific run behavior. Specific behavior. Cool. I don't know why I have this. I don't know if I need this. Ensure no interruptions occur while running, which actually I don't know if we're going to have. Yeah, no. Okay. So what is this behavior going to be? Super run. And that way we're running the whatever thing. I suppose we don't really have to, but yeah. Super when finished. No. Here's a tricky question. Do we override our parent behavior? I feel like we should. I think behaviors shouldn't be inherited from. Like this transform probably shouldn't have someone inheriting from it. Or shouldn't be inherited. I don't know if I technically said that. Calls to notify any listeners. Execute. Transform behavior. Okay, so we're going to call for, let's see, await, get, tree. We can't. Because a behavior is a resource. And a resource can't access nodes. But in order to allow for custom behavior, it needs to be able to access the tree. Ugh. I hate this. Yeah. I hate this. Create tween. Tween. All right, tell you what. Let's see here. No. Not target position. Adjusted position. Be a vector 3. And we're going to do that for each one. Same for rotation. Export var. Adjusted scale. We're also going to have a variable called bounce back. I wonder if that should be in the root behavior. There's like, we can loop it, or we can reverse it. So I want to call something like return. Return, no. All right. Here's what I have in mind. Let's say we hover over a button, or let's say we select a button. In real life, when you select the button, you're going to select it and it's going to go like this, right? It's going to bounce back and forth. But maybe it just goes down. So I want some property that can clarify and tell the user, hey, do you want this thing to return to its position or do you want it to remain? And that's tough because I wouldn't call that a loop. Loop means starting over from the beginning. But like reverse it. Reverse when finished. Reversible. Reversible sounds like it can go backwards, but like I want it to clearly say like reverse when finished. Yeah. So if we're going to reverse when finished, return to original state. Original position. No. Get parent position. This is gonna look real weird, actually. Stop. Stop that. Don't do that to me. Store initial states. Here's what we actually need. call it an animation. Yeah. What? You're not gonna tell me what this is called? All right. Gosh. So now I'm like, should I have a reversed when finished, or should I have like a cycle and a cycle? Like something to count how many cycles. What do I call this? Loop. Behavior. Say reset and reverse. No. Reverse loop. Cycles. Range? Yeah, all right. Minimum is at least 1. Max. Oh, I don't know, man. Yeah. Reverse loop means you'll go backwards. We'll set that to true's default. We don't need this. I don't know. That does clarify what the hell it is, though. Looping behavior. I think reverse should be. I can't imagine someone would want to reset a loop, though. Well, we'll allow it. All right. Let's see. Actually, here. While cycles is greater than 0. And then here we'll say, let's see, think here, match. Oh, looping behavior. And if it's reverse, we'll do something. And if it's reset, we'll do something else. Current cycle. Is that how you spell that? No, there's no K. Yeah, I was like, why does that word look so weird? It scared me. All right, the current cycle is less than cycles 0. I could do cycles left. I feel like that's better. Cycles remaining. I don't know why. I just like the idea of it counting down. Will you not? Okay. Cycles remaining is greater than 0. There we go. I know. Whatever. If reversible, something else, we will simply reset the states. Let's see here. Cycles remaining should immediately be deducted. No. No half steps. Whole steps. And we'll allow... You know what? Screw that. No, forget that. We don't need a range. Integer. At least one. And we will say, get rid of it. If it's, well, actually, no. This is kind of tricky. On behavior complete. All right. Loop. All right, so we can store all these positions. Let's say, just store it. Okay, so we'll store original positions and then we'll loop. And we'll loop as long as the cycle is remaining. At the end of our while loop, we will reduce the number of cycles. And then eventually we'll say on behavior complete when we're actually done. Even though we could just call this. No. I don't want to do that. Tell you what, why don't we just, we'll reduce it here. Yes. If cycles remaining is greater than 0. Else. And this function will call itself as a callback. Very risky, I know. Oh, you know what I could do actually? Reverse loop. Just call it reverse. Say if reversible. No, we won't quite call that. Wait, stop that. All right, here's what we're going to do. Execute. Okay. So. Get tree. Create a tween. And then we will say this one is going to tween property. What are you going to actually tween? Get parent. It's going to be weird. I know. And it's going to be the get parent position plus the adjusted position. All right, I gotta do those. And the duration. Ooh, I feel like that we could probably keep here. Cycle duration. So float. Set it to 1 second. Yeah, so we have a cycle count, we have a duration for each cycle, and then if it's a reversible. Good. Okay. Cycle duration. There we go. Tell you what. Set parallel, true. And then we're going to tween property. We're going to tween property. Wow. All right, it is this. Get parent. What are we twinning? Rotation. I would never really advise doing the whole rotation. It's usually kind of really messy. Oh, wait. No, I don't need to do this. Original. Yeah, this might look awful, actually. Here we go. Right. Get parent. Scale. Original scale plus adjusted scale. Whoop. And we'll add the cycle duration. And finally, set parallel to false. What's the default? True. Whatever. We'll clarify just in case. We're going to do all that. And then we're going to add a callback. Tween callback. And our callback method, depends. If reversible, then we will call reverse. Else, we will call ourselves. I really hope that's not going to be a problem. Anyway, the difference between this and this is that it's practically the same. Reset or reverse. And we don't need to check the cycles. I'll just put that here. We don't check for goals because this is still part of this is part 2 of it, a cycle. Part of any cycle. Anyway, we're going to do all that. Of course, after we reverse it, we will only reset from here. And, oh, right. Tween. You can do an await, but I don't want to, I don't want to mess with that. I like using callbacks anyway. It feels nicer. Okay. So we will call loop from reverse. And as long as our cycle's remaining is 1. So it'll be 1, then it'll go to 0. It'll at least run once, reversing it. It calls loop again, so we can at least loop cycles. Let me think here. Yes. this is our target. So we want to take our adjusted whatever. We're just going to say return to whatever this is. Yeah, because this is position. And this should be final value. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like it's the target value. We're not adding to it. So we don't need to subtract, like go backwards manually. We can just tell it to return to whatever its original position was. And there we go. So we run it, we store this stuff, then we execute a loop. And when we're finally done with all the loops, we call our finished signal. And that signal, again, it's just called here. And we say, yeah, ta-ta, pie man. Okay. Good. Oh, transform behavior. Oh, it's a node. Does it have to be? Yes. I don't, whatever. Tell you what, I'll call this enter focus behavior. And I will add a node. Transform UI behavior. I'll say enter focus state. Yeah. It's kind of funny I can't add anyone really. What do you mean? Hold on a minute. Can I? Why? Yes. Is a node. Oh. I don't need to create. Adjusted position. It moves towards the viewer. We won't rotate it. We will scale it to be. I should make this. No, it's fine. This is added to. Right. Okay. Make it up a little bigger. All right. Yeah, I don't. Okay. Let's just say node. Wow. Okay. UI behavior. Yes. Yes. Okay, I knew it was some kind of editor problem. All right. Geesh. We have our. Yes, our behavior states. Yeah, again, I don't like that this is nodes, but like. I should make some icons for this. I don't know what to call, what to make an icon. I have no clue on that. Yeah, no. What would you make an icon for behavior? State. How about a big old icon of Texas? I was about to lick all the foam out, but I probably don't want that on camera. I don't know. Well, what do we do here? It was a bicycle. Godot node. Custom icon. There's probably some rules behind this. This is years ago. Yeah, you can like update Godot 4. Okay, the format. Yes. Creating icons? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What? No, custom. All right. No. 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 You know what? It's probably in like the reference, script reference, icon. Icon. Icons to scale with editor. Editor scale with editor, scale and editor, convert icons to editor, theme, import options, enable. This allows icons. By default, script. Yeah, class name, icon. But what size? It says PNG, but I'm like, come on, you know, like what? How big is this? 32? Is that 32? Or is it 16? If this was 32, then these three should be about 100, whatever in value. My screen is not that wide. Oh. I think it's 16. So let's make some icons. No, I don't want to go live in A-Sprite. You weirdo. Actually, yay. Thanks, AI. Better not be wrong. It might be wrong. It's always something interesting to be said. What kind of color? I feel like I should go with white because that is like the base color. 3D is like red, this kind of red. 2D, if you noticed, is this blue, and controls are like yellow. We'll go with this white color if it is white. If it's like an off-white, I can't tell. Is this white? Oops. All right. We have interaction and we have behavior. What's an icon for behavior? Behavior. I like the gears. And oh, I don't know. We'll make the behavior one first. If we make a circle, that just looks like a box. Oh, just looks like a bigger box. I don't know. Oh. Oh, ha ha. I don't know. Okay. This might not even be the best tool for this. Frankly. I feel like I need an SVG. Oh. I no, I don't like this at all. I don't know what it says. And I don't know what it communicates. It scares me. Let's keep going. Sure. You know, whatever. I don't know. I have no clue. It looks like a snowflake. It's very lovely. But yeah, all right. Models, assets. No, that's like a completely different folder. Sprites. Let's make a new folder. Oh, forget it. Let's just modify it where it is. Hell. GUI in 3D. Are you telling me literally almost 2 years ago I tried this? Yeah, the great thing about building libraries, you just rebuild it and you forget what you did. Behavior icon. Okay. Let's create a new one. What does this look like from far away? It looks terrible. It looks completely illegible. Who cares? I don't give a damn. All right, well, whatever. Sometimes it's just the way it goes, you know? Oh, hello. All right. All right, now this should be... Yes. And you'll look like this. But different. Don't ask me why. Like, where, you know, thought process. None. Wait a minute. Is it already... Okay, it needs to be smaller. Hey. Oh, look. It, you know, whatever. Oops. Listen, we're doing our best here. That is a snowflake. That's literally a snowflake. That looks more like a gear, actually. Behavior. State. Icon. I mean, if it looks like that, I'm satisfied with it. I don't think it'd look like that, though. And then you could probably look a little different. Sure. There. Saved. Behavior state. All right. Oh, no, wait a minute. How do I call it? Add icon, reference the icon. Oh, okay. We're not going to... all right. What is it? Res / path. I guess I'll keep it here. They look nice. They also look yeah, these look great. Godot should use these icons. I'm keeping it. Okay. Add-ons. GUI3D. Behaviors. Behavior icon. No state icon. PNG. It is cold in here. Goodness. Oh, it's getting chilly. All right. This is basically what you will have too. Except I'm just gonna call you. It's just behavior icon. I like how it doesn't bother helping me also. And do I need to reload the editor? No, not OBS. All right. Yay! You know, it's something. Whatever. I'd like this to be... The issue I have with this is that behavior has to run a script, and it's got to have a tween. And I don't think resources or even classes can do that independently. And you can't even reference a class for your export. So it's kind of like, I'm kind of stuck with this weird problem. I guess the good news is I can make this, you know, its own scene. It's not really great, but it's like, it would make it reusable at the very least. All right, cool. So we have one for focus state. Let's add one more. Let's see. Behavior state. And it'll be... while focus. So we've got enter focus. And the best thing is, it's like... Actually, forget while focus. We'll do while select. And we'll... Ooh, no. Yeah, we should rename this, shouldn't we? Enter focus. Let's call this transform behavior. Let's add another one, and we'll rename this one. We'll call them the same damn thing. I don't care. Whatever. And this one's going to be real goofy. So while it's focused, it's forward a little bit. We'll keep it forward. This one will make reversible. This one, we will cycle at a much slower duration. This one, the cycles are not as important, actually. I have an idea. No. Here's the thing. Here's why. Our states are for when something happens, when it's focused, after it's focused, and during focus. Same for select. When it's selected, after selection, and then during selection. Those are like what we do with cycles. The enter and exit should run once. The while should run continuously, just like idle. And I think it would be better not to count cycles, but rather let the, like, whenever it's running through each state, let that state determine how those cycles run. And I think that would be much better to do here in the element. Which means we don't need a loop because you're not going to loop. We don't need this. We don't need this. We do need to check if it's reverse. No. No. Oh. Should yeah. Oh, cycle duration. Yeah, you're all just duration now. Because we're not thinking in terms of cycles. We're going to let the state handle whether or not it does cycle. Because I think that makes much more sense. Because if not, then it would just be like, I don't know, just whenever focused, run this. I suppose you could do a lot more advanced behavior, but to me, I'm like, I feel like adding so many layers of cyclical behavior is going to end up causing like a ton of problems. Because it doesn't feel very clearly explained. So yeah, we'll just let those like enter exit, we'll just run once. The while states will keep looping. And that's true if it's reversible. You know, if not, then it'll reset. Well, actually, we'll just say reverse or reset. If not reversed, then end it. Tween callback. Super. Will this not work? You don't like that. You don't like that at all. Okay. On complete. And we'll call this from here. On complete. There you are. And same for you. On complete. Yeah. And reverse will run. Yeah, we'll make an underscore. It should be internal. So we'll run it. We'll do all the transforms. And perform transform. Position offset. Yeah. Anyway, cut that out. We'll put it in here. Stop. I hate it when it does that. All right. And then finally, we will return this. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Rotation. Scale. All right. Now that we have offsets, we can do this perform transform. And everything we plug in here will be the... Oh. Actually, here. Let's do this for all three. Oh, man. I'm getting hungry. 0. So we can perform the transform. Return. I wonder if I pass a whole transform. Is that just better? Okay. Yeah, and then all this. All right, we'll delete you, we'll delete you, we'll delete you, we'll delete you, we'll delete you. And you three, lovely. You'll all spend a vacation in Cabo. No, pro, 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 perform. You know, I keep saying and it makes it hard to make a short when I keep doing that. I just spilled a ton of water. You see that? Did you witness that? Maybe I didn't do offsets. That sucks. Yeah. None of this crap. Yeah, we'll keep all that, and you three will go on a trip to Cabo. I can't do it again. It's not funny the second time. All right, so we perform the transform. We return them to their original places. Otherwise, we say, hey, go a little bit off. When we run it, we store. We say, when you're done, run the reverse if it's reversible. Otherwise, run on complete. And at the end of reverse, it'll run on complete. We'll say when finished. So there we go. Perform transform is down here. I wonder if it should just be up here. It's good to put that at the end. Oh, but oh well. Okay, there's our actual UI behavior. So when we adjust scale, we're gonna have its looping. Oh. No. And then you. Yeah. Okay. Neat. That was like a lot of stuff, wasn't it? Okay. Oh, what do we call this? While selected state. Oh. Handy to do. Yeah, all right. It's kind of like but it works. Anyway, I should probably just have a node. And I'm going to call this behaviors. Neat. Again, we'll leave it alone if anything particular happens. Excuse me. I need to steal some code from myself. All right. There we go. Wow, cool. UI. Yeah, this is where I did some of this stuff. So. Yeah, see, I had a lot of manually put in variables, and I was like, I'm not a big fan of it, you know? Oh, yes. Put a texture in here for something custom. Which I think if you allow the mesh, should be actually just manually doable. But what is the thing I need to do? Create tri-mesh collision. Okay. Yes. And then like how does this work? Oh, there it is. This is where we connect some of those basic functions. So there we go. So no matter what kind of mesh you bring in, we're going to add this, which means it'll be after behaviors. Get child count. It should be the last one that's added. What do you want? Oh. Yes. On mouse entered. On mouse exited. Okay, there's that. What else does a static body have? There's like more to this though, because there's like oh, maybe not. All right. Whenever we enter the mouse, is focused will simply be true. And when we leave, is focused will be set to false. Now, what we're also going to be doing, I think physics process. Sync to physics. I don't know if we really need it synced to physics because it's not going to do physics. It shouldn't. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it won't. Processing happens in order physics. Nodes with the same amount of processing tree. I'm just gonna say process. Okay. Input. And this is actually tricky because I'm gonna say on behavior complete. Or maybe I should just roll an index. As I can do that and store the state, or I can just say it in. I like the idea of manually injecting this kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do instead is something we can call. If we are selected, I'm going to be able to focus. Hey, our music's done. No. Whoa, what is that? Cool. Oh, you're back. Oh, I didn't even see your message. I'm sorry, Vivex. It's all that spam that keeps showing up. Let's see here. Pass and select. We'll also pass a value. Bool. And we'll say the default is true. In fact, actually, the first thing we'll do is set this equal to the value. How's the UI going? Painfully. You know? How's yours? Behavior state. If on the next state. If the state permits. We need a way of getting filtered out items that match the state we're in. Do we? No. 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 Let's reassess this. Instead of is focused and is selected, let's have the behavior state stored as one variable. Actually, it's not that. It's going to be interaction state. Yeah. I know. This, yeah. State. Right. Okay. Huh. We only want to do anything from specific states. So, our current state, we'll say if it is, oh, good Lord, we're going to have to have the whole thing. So I hate using enums like this. All right, while idle, pass. So while focus. If we are idle, then we need to turn on the focus. if value is true, then we need to run every behavior which matches this state. I'm starting to see why I'm gonna need, oh gosh, I'm gonna need regions. Internal interactives. Cool. Interactables. Neat, neat, neat. Region, state, behaviors. On hear me out. We don't want, let's say we select a, oh shit. Let's say we select something. Selection should override any kind of focus capability. Ugh. On focus entered. All right. I'll say while focus. Enter focus. Oh, whoops. And exit focus. While idle. Yeah, okay. And while we're idle, we're going to run all of our idle behaviors. This one is actually really weird because I'm thinking about how we're gonna manage this. If we have some kind of awaitable function. Oh. Piss. This actually might be a lot trickier than I thought. Surprise! All right, while idle. Run enter focus. And at the end of enter focus, you know what? I can do this. I can do this. At the end of enter focus, we are going to well, actually, no. Do that here. If not value. Oh, this is starting to look really weird. Actually, you know what? We will call these elsewhere. For now, all I'm going to say is just set the state. If we are in focus and it's false, we will exit focus. Feels like I don't really need a match statement for this. We'll keep it as a match statement for now. Okay, same thing here. I fidget with my glasses a lot when I'm stressed. Can't you tell? All right, so if we're going to select while idle. Enter focus. It's funny, I'm doing all this here, but actually, I should probably create something custom for testing. Yes. Like you fun people, you're gonna go here. No, that's not what I said. Testing. Sure. All right. The original one I want to keep clean. I don't want to put anything in it, right? Because this is different. We can add a mesh to it, though. Quad. Sure. And the material, you can, of course, put whatever you want. So here we go. Actually, test UI element 3D. All this stuff. Copy. And paste. And you sick son of a bitch, I told you to. Here. Custom element 3D. Is it really custom? No. It's a default element 3D. It is custom, you fool. Because we're doing things with it. How could you not see that? And we'll add a camera. And we'll add an environment. Isn't there a way to... okay. World environment. How lovely. Actually, it's horrible. Clear color. Bright. Very bright. And blue. Very blue. I'm a little colorblind. Couldn't save, really. Well, I hate you. Here, will you save now? Thank you. All right, cool. You're all fine and dandy, and you two are cool. All right. Here's where we actually run our test. Now, as far as the element itself, I don't think we're ever going to be in an idle state. Yeah. Cool. All right. So while idle, we will Run the while idle function. Same for all of these, in fact. Enter focus. While focus. Exit focus. Enter. Select. While select. Exit select. Okay. No. We don't want to keep rerunning these. Only the while functions get to be run several times. Constantly. Over and over again. While. Focus. I know you're down there. What? What is it? What are you angry about? Yes, I know. I'm getting to you. You fool. Okay. All right, yeah. So these will loop continuously. No. Fudge. They shouldn't just loop. No, this will call it every cycle. I don't want to recall it. Looping. All right. If not, looping. Loop. If not, looping. Actually, let's just call that here. If we are looping, only run when finish looping. So if looping, no. Yes. If looping, return. But if we're not looping, and the state is in one of these. So there we go. Cool. Yes, I know. On mouse entered. First, let's check. No, actually. Fuck it. Focus. We already do the checking in that function anyway, yeah? And I might actually do these externally. And they'll be called, and that way if I use a controller, I can... Oh, fun fact. So... Fun fact. When you have a bunch of elements and you're just selecting them, like you want to focus on one, whether or not the mouse is entered or exited, you would do that like on the element itself because you're checking collision over this static body. Here's the thing. If you're using a controller, you can do one or two approaches with UI. You can do that thing where the cursor is just like the left stick and you manually have to move it around, which I think sucks, but it's also not great for accessibility because it's like, okay, if you're blind, right, and it's like, imagine just turn off your monitor. Then it's like move the cursor around and click the right button. It's like, well, I don't know what the hell. Like, even if it pings an alert if I'm hovered over the right button, Like, I don't know how to get to any of the other buttons. Like, is the exit button over here? Is it there? Is it there? Is it there? Is it in a menu somewhere? That's not great for accessibility. So rather, and frankly, I think it just sucks in general. It's a pain in the ass. So instead of doing that, it's nice to have like a set of options, and you can just move the controller up and down to scroll through that set. And that way you only focus on something that's clickable instead of just, you know, peruse. Because the mouse can move quick enough, but the controller, you know, if it's too sensitive, you'll skip over an element like this, right? And you won't be able to click on it. Like, oh, I want to click on that thing, but I can't. If it's not sensitive enough. Oh, yeah, good. I love that. Like, no one likes that. But if it's, you know, like a controller in a set, then, okay, I'm making a fatal faux pas. I can't show you how it's done. If I hit tab here, yeah. So you notice how I hit tab and it's okay. Well, for a minute it was going through just different elements, different sets. That's what we want. The thing is, doing it with mouse and controller that could be interchangeable at any point, which can happen. Which means mouse propagates up, says this element's focused, you should send a signal up to its parent container. But if you're controlling it with a controller, you ought to control it from the container, the parent level. You read one input, and then you just say, hey, we're going to focus now on some new element, right? We're going to shift our focus. I think eventually, though, I'm just going to say, hey, when all of these are ready, we're going to run some other setup function or something to call. Maybe. Or maybe we'll run ready. I don't know. And then this will be called on something called setup. And that way we can pass in callback functions that are called. So instead of handling it here locally at the element level, we can handle it at the parent level. And that way everything in terms of navigating between elements in a set is handled at the parent level. The downside, of course, is that the element itself isn't really something you can handle on its own. But again, I'm creating this because I envision specific use cases for myself. Whether or not it's useful to other people, who knows? But I think making it for something for me first is good. I'm not thinking about making a UI library for millions because millions of people aren't asking, or even hundreds of thousands. Literally no one is. The only person who currently is interested in this library is myself. So I think it'd be good to design it for those specific set cases. Because if not, you can get into the problem of how do I make a library that's useful for everyone and everything, and it's like, don't. It'll just suck. It won't be a jack of all trades. It'll be jack shit. And I feel like we've seen that a lot. When you have something that's very specific, when you have something that's specific for use case, then it's like, okay, this will only work for these use cases. If I'm not using those, I don't need this element. Something that's general purpose tends to just be this bulky, hulky thing that probably you're not going to use most of it anyway. If I could make a comparison, Visual Studio is a general purpose IDE. It kind of does everything, but to that extent, it's bulky and large, and I can't remember who said this, but someone once said they're like 80% of the things you're never going to use. Visual Studio Code is the complete opposite philosophy. They're like, here is an IDE, here's a text editor, but you can add extensions for working with specific file formats and specific languages and like syntax and all this stuff. So it's like you can add the features you want to add only if you want them. Visual Studio is like, here's everything. You want to do mobile development? Install this massive clunk of shit. Visual Studio Code is here's some plugins. You know, they're called extensions, but like I like that approach better. It's a lot cleaner. There's a lot less because you only have what you need, and I don't know. It's just, in my opinion, it's a better design approach than the. It feels like an old-fashioned or just an outdated mindset of like, let's have a thing that's going to do everything. That's not a great idea, because realistically, it just won't. Right? I think that's part of why like general AI is so crappy in a way. Like it's, you know, I know. It's everybody who's selling it says it's very close to supremacy, and anybody who doesn't understand how it works says it's also close to consciousness or whatever. But it's not. It's just copy paste machine. Specialized AI, if they're trained with specific data in a controlled environment, and they're either going to look for specific patterns or they're going to regurgitate specific patterns to filter specific parameters. Like that, I've seen it's useful. But again, that's because it's just this thing that just goes through iterations really quickly. And that's how it's useful. Generalized AI is like, I'm going to do everything. Okay, well then that means you're not going to do anything well. Like imagine somebody was just like, "Hey, I'm new to everything and I don't really know what I'm doing, and I can produce below average output of like art or writing or anything. I can just do whatever." It's like, yeah, maybe, but like you're not going to be as good as the person who does a specific task and that's all they do. Or they're just like, "I do art. What else do you do?" "I don't care. I just do, you know," and then, like I do pixel art and specifically for these formats, and I do animations, and I have like, here's my portfolio. Because then you have not only do you know what you're in for, but you also have a unique human expression. But with AI, it's just like, hey, I scraped together whatever I could. What do you want? You want a tree? Yeah. Here's some trees. I put some trees together from a bunch of images of trees I found. That's not special. That's just plagiarism. So it's just this mutant thing. It's just, ugh. And yeah, when it's like, especially if some AI is going to do everything, like, no, it's not close to supremacy. It's not, it's about to take over. Y'all, for years, people who've been saying like, oh yeah, AI, it's alive. We're about to lose control. We're not going to lose control of shit, because it can't do anything other than what it's asked to do. And even then, it typically does it below average. So, no, it won't lose control. The only control that's getting lost is people just replacing valuable humans with this below average slot machine that takes, you know, millions or billions of however much data to train to be that bad. Again, yeah, it like a person can train all on their own. They can learn and express and grow. Like, how many faces do you see as a baby before you recognize a human face? Like, you see a new one and you're like, that's a person. I know, because I've seen people. Like, honestly, as a baby, not much. Like a couple dozen maybe. And in AI, for it to recognize a person, how many images of people does it need to go through? Millions? Billions? And how much energy does it use to operate? It's like, you realize our brain does this. This is like the most basic thing that our brain can do. And our brains do a lot more. AI is not going anywhere. The only people who say that tend to be people who are trying to make a lot of money off of it. You know, like this new snake oil, it's going to cure your melodies. Like, sure it is. I'm sure it is. You'll be back tomorrow. and we'll still be here with all kinds of ailments and sickness. So I'm done with my platform. All right. I just wanted to say that because it's been bothering me for a while. Like, this is a pain in the ass, sure. But it takes a lot of thought to try to get something even specific. If I had something like, a general use case, again, it would probably kind of be functional, but also kind of suck. Or at least be below average. And regardless, with this, I am learning. I'm learning about UI. I am learning about interactions. I'm learning about not just what I'm making, but like the tools I'm making it in. I am growing as a person. If I asked AI to do it, not only is that a paid service which someone else controls, so you get what they want you to get, I'm not even growing. Like, I know these things are hard. They are hard. But if you don't ever try, you don't actually grow. So you're just dependent upon whatever AI does. And then whenever, they crank up the price, which they eventually will, because a lot of them are losing money, because this whole venture capital, we'll just focus on growth for a long time. And then once everyone becomes dependent on us, they'll flip the switch. Suddenly AI will be super expensive. And guess what? You'll be dependent on it, and you won't know what the hell you're doing, and you won't be able to wean off of it. It's like a drug. It's like a thing that you're told you need, but it's just slop. It's really just slop. And you can grow, but this is like farming. It's a lot of effort, and it feels like it takes a lot before you get to see some tangible results. But you would rather have homegrown vegetables or just anywhere grown vegetables than goop from the goop machine, slop from the slop factory, okay? You don't want some tasteless, amalgamated crap. But even worse is that you depend on it for years, and then guess what? Oh, now the slop's 10 times as expensive. It's worse in quality. It hasn't gotten any better. And also they figured, hey, if you're buying it, and why don't we just put less energy, put less effort? I'm sure AI will be able to do amazing things. But note, if someone's selling it as a service and there's real hardware and real resources and real efforts behind it, then at the end of the day, you're going to keep buying and buying and buying. And like everything else, the people selling it are going to go, hey, why don't I make it a little less good? Price is still the same. The price will go up, but the quality will go down. And what are you going to do? You're going to keep buying it. Learn how to farm. All right, hold on. I gotta walk away. All right. Where was I? Trying to find good music. I don't want any more vaporwave. I'm tired of it. Uh, okay. All right. Let's see. Enter focus. Exit focus. Enter select. Exit select. I don't know why I'm keeping track of these states if I'm not going to check them. I was doing the match here, but there's like a weird problem where it's like if I'm not looping currently, looping is a bad way to call it. In a loop. Else call other behaviors. Like we could, and that'd be okay. I think it's just like weird because let's see. Let's just try. I want to try to get the behavior to make sense, like to be called in one place. Calling it here and here and there. Why are you angry? Oh, because this is happening. So enter, select, yes. And you won't let me be. You won't give me intelligence. There you go. Thank you very much. Exit focus. Enter focus. And these should all be run once. And at the end of these functions, at the end of enter focus, we will set the state. I'm going to say this goes into, after you've exited select, we will go while focus. Because if you're focused on something and you select or deselect it, you're still focused on it. And I really hope this is fine. After enter select, we should go into while select. After exit focus, we should go down to while idle. No. I don't know. This might not work at all like I intended to. Excuse me. Okay. So we're going to find behaviors with a matching state first. So we'll say for each behavior state in behavior states. If if the behavior state if the behavior state interaction state is equal, I'm gonna call this BS. BS. If it is UI behavior state, UI interaction state, while idle, then we're going to add this behavior. And then run the behaviors. This is a little tricky because I want them to run in parallel. Well, yeah, this should work actually. Because like this one sets up a tween and then it exits. I expect them all to do that. For we need to do something to catch when it's done. I think whenever it's finished, we have some unknown set of behaviors that's going to run. And they're all going to run this finished function. They're all going to call that signal. We need a place that handles that signal but also counts how many of these behaviors have finished. And when that count reaches 0, then what the hell do we do? We should probably just update state. And we'll store it as next state. We'll have current state as well. And we'll have an int of running behaviors. If our running behaviors equal 0, then our current state should be set to our next state, and our next state will be set to null. I just won't even touch it. I don't like that. Eh. I wonder if I do this actually at the beginning. There's no sense connecting and disconnecting all these behaviors, so connect all for BS and behavior states, behavior and BS behavior finished. Connect. On behavior finished. Okay. Now, very important is that set up the set the number of behaviors to run. Running behaviors equals behaviors size. If there's 3 of them, it'll be 3, and each one it minuses 1 until it gets to 0. Okay. You really gotta manually check that shit, because and then set next state. State to fire when all are finished. None, because it's idle. We want to keep running idle. Looping is true. Wait. I need 2 variables for this crap. Should loop is looping. All right. Very clear. If should loop and not is looping. Once this is false, should loop will be true and this will be true. But if we are looping, we don't want to actually re-loop. And of course, if we shouldn't loop, we shouldn't do any of these. Anyway, yeah. Okay, so should loop equals true. I wonder if I could I wonder if I should set this here. Yeah, while we're in idle, I'll focus. Select, it'll never be a while idle. Actually, it'll be while focus. And if we select, our current UI state will become enter select. And if we are focused and we pass false, then we should, if we are in select, pass false, then we need to exit select. Yes. This is weird. This looks weird. No, it's fine. Let's think here. Yeah, should loop and is looping is also going to be true. Actually, we want to run that here. Yes. Because we don't, for any reason, we don't want any of these behaviors to, like, we want this to trigger after we've set all our positions. Which, speaking of which, if we're moving into a next state, that's fine. And actually, you know what? We can probably just do this and say, hey, when they're all done, run it again. That's it. Nah. Fuck that. Let's just say if should loop. Set is looping to false. Else. If we should not loop, we should transition state. If we should loop, we will set is looping. We'll say, hey, we're not looping anymore. So get to it, run it again. Right. Yes. That's what we want to make sure we do for all these. Oh, whoops. Right, we'll hold on to that next state. It'll loop through here. It'll be like doing whatever. And then it'll say, hey, when they're all done, now you transition states. And then that new state is what we're going to run. Oh, fuck. Here's a question. What if there's none? Well, let's look at it. Let's say we go to idle and there's no idle behavior. So we're going to run through all these states and we're not going to find any idle behavior. The behaviors will be size of 0. Should loop, yeah. Is looping, sure. And then we'll say run all these behaviors. And they'll finish. And then they'll go, there's nothing. And we say, if we should loop, then let's get looping. If not, which we should, and it'll say loop again, and then it'll run while idle again. Fuck. This is so much more painful than I thought it would be. It just feels like it'll be running a lot and it won't be doing anything. And I'd like a way to say, hey, don't. Please. If we have no running behaviors, if we have no running behaviors, we'll say no loop set equal to true. And that means there's no point even getting here. Feels like states. Oh. All right. Time to do another enum. This will be the looping state. None. Literally just there's no behavior defined. I can't call it a behavior state. Transition. All right. First things first. Oh, all right, so if our looping state equals none. No, just do something if it's if it's under loop, run this. Look at that, 2 switch statements. I'm trying, all right. But if it is a transition state, then go for broke. There we go. And if it's none, it's not going to do anything. And this way we keep these idle states. Can't I match both? I can. Actually. Current state. Current state is not a good value. Whatever. All right. It's fine. Maybe it's not. I'll let it be. Okay, if there's no running behaviors, looping state should equal none. There's nothing to loop. And our current state should already be set. On while idle. I'll make len last, actually. I know that's kind of weird, but like I want it to default on loop. So I want the looping state to start out on loop. And then it's at least going to run while idle once, because those should be the default behaviors. So it'll get in here and it says, hey, do you match this? And I'll say, sure. Or if not, it'll say, don't do anything. But if it is, I just realized I gotta actually set the value of this and not just call it. Loop. And then we run all those behaviors. And at the end of those behaviors, we'll say, if we are in a looping state of loop. No. If we are in transition. Then actually make that change. Okay. So we can go through while select and we'll do the same thing once we finish these, and we'll say, hey, here it is. Let's say first set the transition state. Not before, not do. First. Once again, this is just to make sure that before we do anything, we have our next state set up. All right. This should all be pretty much identical. Yeah. All right, let me think here. Let's see. Let's do this here as well. While focus. Yeah, we'll put spaces everywhere. I kind of like double spaces. It just it's got a little breathing room. So okay. while select, and over here we'll say while focus, and everything else stays the same. Feels like this could be one function. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, it could be. State behaviors. Run looping state. No, fuck. Yeah. And then we're gonna pass. Oh. We don't have to pass a damn thing. Because should we set the we're setting the state. For starters, bs.current state is incorrect. It should be interaction state. And we compare it with the current state. But if you notice, there's nothing really to do that's different. Fuck. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we can literally run the looping state. We don't need any of this. Wait a minute. You. All right. Good. Look at that. I'm willing to bet. No, the transition states actually might have to be unique. Well, let's just implement them. We'll see. So we don't need while focus. We don't need any of these while states because if you noticed, everything in here is generic. Like everything in here is reused completely. And when your whole function is reused, you don't need 3 functions. They're doing the exact same thing every time. Anyway, where are we? All right. You. Okay. Let's just copy and paste the whole thing right here. This is very different. But we could also probably just set this within that switch case. Yeah, if there's no behaviors to run, it's none. No, shit, it's transition. Either way. If it was none, nothing's going to happen. If it's transition, it should transition into the next stage. So regardless, if there are 0, oh, wait, we don't want to keep rerunning idle. Rerunning the while. The state. Okay. If there are no behaviors to set, it will transition. So instead, we're just going to say if there's more than 0, then run those behaviors. Regardless, we will transition after the fact. This, though, looks good. So we'll make another general function where we say, hey, all this behavior, super generic, all the same. We're going to find behaviors with the matching current state. We're going to check how many there are. And then we want to see if only run if any exist. And that's it. I suppose I could probably move this to the beginning. Ensure we transition when this is done. Yeah. Yeah, if it's less than or equal to 0, if there's no running behaviors, nothing gets finished. And if nothing is finished, then we don't need to check for this, do we? Well, we do on the first time because it actually changes variables, but we don't actually need to do it here because if there's no behaviors, it won't run. So, yeah. If none exist, let me think here. Run what transition behaviors, and then we're going to have run looping behaviors. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I suppose we could just set the state here and there. Okay. Okay. All right. If our running behaviors count is 0, the current state will equal whatever that next state is that we set up initially. And if we are in a state of transition, our current state will be whatever it is. No. No. If we're running a transition state, if we are in a transition state, loop states are broken whenever focus enters, exits, or select enters or exits. If we are in a transition state, cool. If we finish and our looping state is in transition, set it to loop. Next state is while select. Yeah, all the transitions go into a loop state. So while these behaviors run, we want the transition state. But once they finish, we will say if you're in a transition state, set it to the loop state. And set the current state equal to the next state. But if you're in the looping state, loop, and you finish a loop, all right. If we're in a looping state, we want to keep looping. If there's nothing to loop, just say none and we won't bother with it. If we were running a transition state and there are no behaviors to run, set that current state. And set the looping state. Yeah. I could just call that function actually. And it'll work. It'll be like, hey, this is 0. And then it'll say, hey, you're if you're in a looping state, there's nothing to do. Yeah. I don't know why I literally just like this was already fine. This was actually fine. This was fine. The only time we're going to be doing anything is if we have no behaviors and we are in a transition state. Because once we do that, we say set it to loop and then set that loop state. And if we're looping, then we're not pooping. It's none and then it exits. And then, yeah, and then it's none. So transition, because that'll actually get picked up. That'll get caught here. Transition, and then it'll go there. Current state. Cool. Okay, now we can set all the transition states correctly. After they've been given a current state, I feel like I'm on the nightly news with this music. The transition state will say what's the current state, and it'll run that transition function. Each of these 4 transition functions is going to set the next state, and then it's going to say run these transition behaviors. When it runs, it says set the looping state to transition, which we don't need to do because that's already done. And then it'll say, hey, if there's no behaviors to run, finish. And if we're on transition state, then we'll say set it to a loop and set that next state, which they each have, which each next state is a looping state. And if we are in a loop state, it's going to pick up and say, run the looping behaviors. What are the looping behaviors? Well, whatever the current state is, which we already set here, pick up a behavior and then check all the behaviors. And if there's none, say don't loop. But if there are, it'll already be on looping. So there's nothing to do here. If there are more than one, then of course we run the behaviors. And if we're on a looping state and all these behaviors finished, then it'll reach 0 and we'll say, are we in a transition state? No, we're not. So what happens? What happens is our current state is set. We're on a looping state. We're going to go back here and we're going to reloop. And it makes sense to reloop because, again, we have behaviors. And every time we loop, we're checking. We're constantly checking those behaviors. So we do nothing here. And for this, transition states, regardless of whether or not we have behavior, we should lead into this. So it'll be fine. I think. I don't know. That's like a lot. What do you call these? Like, included functions. These are automatically called. Yeah. Called functions. They're all callable, but like I can call these interrupt functions. I know that's like a different thing in programming, but like essentially that is what these are all doing. They're interrupting our behavior because while we're in some kind of loop, we're going to say, hey, make sure you do whatever the stupid thing is. Yeah. Isn't state behaviors are like state functions? No, they're behavior functions. Handlers. It doesn't really get run like a handler. I shouldn't call it a handler. All right. Hey, guess what? I don't need any of these because they're not used. Yay. That would probably just be painful to do all that. I know having multiple states is awful, but it's worse to have multiple Boolean checks because that's just so much more shit to check for. All right. Geesh. That, okay. Wow, that's so much. I know I should do. When an interrupt function is called, it's kind of tough because it's right now all these behaviors are taking the current state. Oh, okay. Like how this one says, take whatever position you have when you're called to run. What if you're on focus? Yeah. And it like zooms. And then you're called select. It's going to take all your original information and then tween from there, which is not the same as if you made it reset. Kill. I wonder if I can like reset. Is that like an option? I might have to pass the tween into the run function. Which would help if you can just, you know, again, if we're like running it and calling it. The problem is this. Well, not really. I wonder if there's like an interrupt, like a stop. Resets the tween to its initial state. This will not remove any appended tweeners. Okay. This does not reset targets of property tweeners to their values. We'll move 0 to 500. Will and about time finishes. We'll move from about 200 to 500 over 1 second. That's half the speed as before. What? What? Stop. And then play. Why? What? If a tween is stopped and not bound to any node, it will exist indefinitely until manually started and validated. Okay. Does not reset targets of property tweeners to their values before the tween first started. This one's weird. It'll be like, we'll be about 200 when the timer finishes. We'll now move from about 250 to 500 over 1 second, thus at half the speed. Okay, but why? Oh, this is a stupid example. When you stop it, play will probably replay from the beginning. Am I right? Resumes a paused or stopped tween. No, it doesn't. Oh. Pause mode. If it is a bound node, a process, that node can process. This isn't great because, frankly, we needed some way of storing initial state. And once a tween at any point changes, we need to reset the state. But a lot of this behavior is buried. So well, nuts. I guess what I could try to do is create a function that on ready stores initial position, rotation, and scale. If there are any such behaviors. It's kind of sloppy, but I think I know what I would do. Initial transform. It's not a transform though. Whatever. Here. Let's call it here. needs a way. Storing and resetting initial states. Okay. I'm gonna do something fun or whatever. I'm a little tired. Well, that's it. I hope I don't know. I hope you have a good one. Thanks for stopping by, VVAX Dev, and anybody else who watched. You've wasted 5.5 hours of your life. I'm kidding. Thanks for coming by, and I'll see you around.